Okay, good morning. All right. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Good morning.
Received certification on a Weichai 12-liter engine. Brown believes this is a significant step forward in confirmation that this program can move forward. That from Lake Street. That's WPRT.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
CIDM, Cinedime, Barbaros channel available now on Redbox's free live TV streaming service, Charlie India, Delta Michael, Cinedime. Shares of Cinedime, CIBM, Cinedime now ticking higher off of the latest press release from the company.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Jennifer, good morning. 5 of 7 in the room. Corey, Jimmy, good morning. Jeremy, Mr. Kaplan, good morning. Turnaround, Minnesota, good morning. And Linda, good morning. Let's get ready to the opening bell. Futures are a bit higher. Looking for Kodak to do something today. Futures are up 8.5 to 10 handles on the top of its profile. Looking for follow through. We ended the day with tick cumulative dropping on 1-to-1 up down volume. Good morning, Mike. Mikey. Nick, good morning. Aaron, good morning. All right, yeah, the closing was pushed out a couple of weeks, unfortunately. It's almost done. All right, we've got a few minutes to go, 7 minutes to go. Let me just look at a few things. Kodak trading 1168, 1169. Tesla closed below VWAP yesterday. Facebook tried to rally up to VWAP. So we're looking for strength in Facebook. It's trading 258 by 259.20. Bid ask. Qs are 271.90 by 271.94. That's up a bit. Apple trading 111.18, closed at 110.34. Snap 24.50, 20 cents higher than it closed. Workhorse 28.70. Looks like Workhorse might break out today. Kodak trading 11.72 by 11.73. That's up a buck. Capri Holdings bid 21.45. It closed at 21.70. 21.89. Sorry. Nvidia is bidding 503.50. That's up a couple of bucks. And we're looking for NIMO to improve today. Yeah. The underwriter has everything from me that they need to close, so we're just waiting on the closing disclosure, the CD. Should have today. So we could close a lot earlier. Just they push it out so that you have enough time, I guess. I don't know. I don't care. Staying with my brother-in-law right now. He's cool. Over at Arrowhead in Myrtle Beach, if you've ever been there, Arrowhead Golf Course. He overlooks the 9th green and the first tee. And just a little bit beyond the 9th green, you can see the clubhouse. It's a really nice little area, water and everything. I think there's like 3 courses, Cypress and 2 others here. Not sure. It's like 36 holes or more. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. Let me just switch screens here. Going to go black for a second.
ACHB and Chief Life Sciences halted now for news pending. Alpha Charlie Hotel Victor. Company announcing results earlier from.
All right.
Receptor binding assay study. ACHB now halted for news. CRDF Cardiff price target raised from $6 to $14 at maximum. Says the data is building in grass-mutated colorectal cancer for onvansertib at ESMO, raising the price target from $6 to $14. That's Charlie Romeo Delta Foxtrot, CRDF.
3 minutes to go. Just listening to Benzinga Charlie chat away. It is Friday. Friday, the 18th of September. Mm-hmm. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. All right, folks. Let's see what we got going here. Trading well today, folks. Futures coming in a little bit from the highs. Currently up 6.5. Looking for a bounce. On the top of the profile, point of control is 33.52. Let me update spot gamma while I'm thinking about it. Spot gamma. There's your opening bell. Kodak up 1169.
ACHB Chief announces presentation of investigator-led trial demonstrating significantly fewer side effects with higher quit rates for cysticycline compared to Chantix in first head-to-head competitive study. Says subjects in the cysticycline arm were 55% more likely to quit smoking at 6 months versus varenicline. That's ACHV out with that updated press release now.
All right, we got OPEX today. Monthly OPEX 3350, 3400's been the range prior to the last couple of days. Fair amount of puts down at 3250. Kodak is headed for 12, it looks like. Gapping up, gap and go on Kodak. We got a gap up on NVIDIA. Capri Holdings lower. Stocks fading a bit. Snap gapping up, gap and go on Snap. Workhorse fading the morning pop. Kodak. All right, Snap is fading a bit. Vaxart trying to move higher again today. Vaxart, watch for a follow through. Qs looking for a bounce. Tesla, big gap up on Tesla, up 21. Tesla, nice bounce. All right, futures coming back. We are flat to +1. Last print.
WPRT Westport now out with a press release saying that they have secured Chinese certification for their WP12 natural gas engine powered by HPDI 2.0. That's WPRT out with that.
All right, we're 1-1 up by him leading. Looking for tick cumulative to turn. See if they can buy the dip. Tesla up 26. Snap following through. Workhorse above 28. Most likely will run today. A little early. Profit taking on Kodak. All right, let's let the morning settle. We've got NVIDIA with 1.26 RVol. Apple 3.2. A little fade to 110 on Apple. Let's wait for the opening range. See what institutions are going to trade today. Semiconductors looked pretty good yesterday. Let's see what AMD looks like again today. AMD looking for a gap and go. Faded the morning pop. Intel. Taiwan Semiconductor also looked good yesterday. TSM. I believe Mikey is in that one. Taiwan Semiconductor up 20 cents. So we'll see if these semis can follow through. Watching Facebook, gapping up 258.23. Facebook. Tesla, big gap there. NIO gap to 1970. NAP, NIO gap and go. Kodak pulling back a bit. NIO gap and go, trading just below 20. All right, Tesla looks good. Facebook, looking for a follow through. All right, stocks are starting to recover now. Buyers buying the dip. Snap, buyers right there. I'm not going to do anything for the first few minutes, as usual. We just take profits first thing in the morning and then reassess after 10 o'clock and see what institutions are doing. Kodak looks like it wants to bounce. Capri Holdings pulling back a bit. Watch Capri. A little profit taking. It's off about a buck from yesterday's high right now. 56 cents below yesterday's close. Looking for a reversal and move higher. NVIDIA pulling back. Inside day on SPY for now. NIO fading. Tesla fading a bit. A little profit taking. Futures coming back in. Digital Turbine moving higher. APPS. Vaxart pulling back a bit. DraftKings trying to follow through. Tesla. Gap and go. We're fading a little bit on Tesla right now. DraftKings looks good. DraftKings looks good again today. Options expiration today. All right, things are starting to settle down. Facebook looking for a follow through. Snap fading again. Kodak consolidating. 1130, 1170. Testing the highs again. Buyers stepping up at the low of the day on the gap. About at 1080 or so. Buyers stepped up, pushing things back up to the highs. Looks like we're going to break higher. More stocks starting to show strength. NIMO going positive again. NIMO is about to cross zero. Bullish on NIMO. That's showing buyers stepping up. Let's see what tick cumulative looks like. Tick is turning. Tick fast is turning. Futures pulling back a bit more. DraftKings looks good. There goes DraftKings. Might add to it again. Can also day trade some shares on DraftKings. SHLL. SHLL also potential. Everybody's focused on Kodak on the social stream. We're above 12. All right, there goes Kodak. Kodak running. Workhorse consolidating at 2850. That's a breakout zone. Workhorse is probably going to continue. Workhorse getting a little extended. Concerned that it could come back. It's at a breakout level, moving above yesterday's high. Does look good though. Workhorse starting to go. Looks like they're going to day trade it this morning. Workhorse looks like they're going to day trade it. Breakout above 28. It's only a 0.89 relative volume. I'll probably stay away from it. There goes Workhorse. Starting to move. It's at 29. Can he get going? Workhorse. Volume is almost at 1. It's starting to build on Workhorse. Apple fading. Workhorse breaking out. NIO fade, Tesla fade, but holding in a pretty tight range, $6 range. Flagging. Workhorse looking for a follow through. Let's keep an eye on Workhorse. Let's keep an eye on Workhorse and DraftKings. Kodak pulling back a little bit here from the highs. A little profit taking. Workhorse. Kodak pulling back. All right, stocks pulling back. With futures pulling back now. We are off a bit. Coming back in. It's 1.4 to 1 down volume, leading. Sellers coming in. 33.40, 33.35 is where we're watching for support. So it is OPEX Friday. Sava follow through, Mondo. All right, futures. Understand that there's some puts and calls rolling today. If you read the Gamma report, that has effect on futures at the open into the first 20 minutes or so. That's imbalances, as we keep telling you on a daily basis. Don't trade during the first 20 minutes. It's institutions taking care of imbalances, algos, run prices in both directions. So a little bit of weakness at the moment. Doesn't mean that's the way it's going to turn out for the rest of the day. Okay, so it's OPEX Friday. We're looking for Workhorse to bounce here and continue. Looking for DraftKings to find its footing. Snap pulled back. All right, let's see who is winning today. We got Nike, Coca-Cola, CRM, McDonald's, and Walmart. Slightly higher. Nike looks the best. Let's look at Nike. Kodak looks like we're going to bounce here. Nike, Tesla flagging at the highs, gap and go. Nvidia pulled back. Q's pulled back. Let's look at Nike. Futures pulling back more. Has to do a lot with the roll into OPEX, whether they roll up and out or out and down, or have to watch for how open interest settles going into OPEX for October. Today is monthly options expiration. We're just waiting for the opening range, not doing anything, just watching. NIO pulling back, Tesla as well a little bit, Facebook, most stocks pulling back, people getting nervous. Workhorse flagging at the high of the day, 29.18 or so, the high of the day. Looking for a bounce here on Workhorse. Looking for relative volume candidates. All right, so we're back down to yesterday's low again. So this is the 5th time we've hit this level over the last 9 trading days. NIMO's minus 12.89. Almost crossed zero there for a few minutes. Looking for DraftKings to bounce, buyers to step up. It's important not to do much of anything except maybe take profits or cut your losses during the first 30 minutes. We're looking for new setups. If you're thinking long or short, you got to wait for the 10 o'clock period to see what institutions plan on doing. Workhorse trying to break out now. Relative volume is picking up on Workhorse. DraftKings. DraftKings 0.90 relative volume. Apple pulled back. Facebook flagging. It's below VWAP right now. Tesla trying to find some support at this point. Buyers stepping up at this point. NIO, same thing. Futures starting to see buyers now. Two to one down volume. Imbalance is being taken care of. That's all this is. DraftKings back above VWAP. Workhorse holding above VWAP as well. DraftKings trying to push. High of the day, 54.75 or so. Just eyeballing it. Positive slopes on DraftKings. Workhorse. Workhorse volume is picking up. Nike looks good. Let's keep an eye on Nike. That might be a decent trade today. Apple starting to see a bounce. Apple trading 2 times R-vol. Looking for this reversal is a buy the dip potential. Holding yesterday's low. Apple holding yesterday's low. NIO trying to bounce. Workhorse. Capri trying to bounce. LRN not very interesting. Let's see. Nike. Do we got Nike here? Nike. Nike looks good. Watching Nike for a follow through.
Coming up at 10, Michigan consumer sentiment and U.S. leading index for August. That's coming up in about 3 minutes.
Consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. That could move the markets. Waiting for 10 o'clock. We're close to 10 o'clock now. We're looking for signs institutions are buying. There's no hurry. We got to wait for them to show their hand. We want to ride their coattails. Nike looks like a good one. Nike's trading 3.52. Watching this closely. Nike Arval is 3.53. All right, so it has to hold above VWAP. Need to see more volume. Need the slope bars to continue to stay green. Nothing yet on Nike, but it does have high RVOL. So we're watching how that plays out over the next 30 minutes or so. Workhorse trying to break out again. 29.20 is the high of the day. Workhorse trading 1 RVOL, 1.07. DraftKings 1.7 RVOL, looking for, 0.86 RVOL, looking for a follow through. Apple's trading 1.7. Facebook's trading 1.94 RVOL. Facebook RVOL 1.95. That might be in play today. It's been down 2 days in a row. I would think it's going to be in play today. NIO holding tough, so is Tesla. DraftKings no follow through, just sitting here watching. All right, so we're starting to see a little pickup in interest on Workhorse. All right, we're above VWAP zone 7. There goes Workhorse. DraftKings looking for a push here. Watching Facebook for a pop. Facebook looking for a pop now. Here goes Facebook. Volume is starting to pick up. Need to get that slope indicator all green instead of red right now. Tesla looks good too. Here goes Facebook. Facebook ATR is $10. We're at $3.47 right now, so we got another $7. Potentially another $7. Futures starting to bounce now. Imbalance is out of the way. Tick cumulative starting to turn. We're 1-to-1 up-down volume. 1.8 on the NYSE, 1.2 on the NASDAQ, improving. All right, this is looking better as a short-term pivot low. There goes Workhorse is on the move. Maybe we get 30 out of this today. Workhorse. Maybe I'll sell some covered calls. What's IV on Workhorse? Let's take a look real quick. Life Sciences shares resume trading at a high of 13.28. Now from Charlie Hotel Victor on the news they released earlier. Shares now up about 16%. Okay, IV rank is 176% on Workhorse. Maybe we when is earnings anyway? Maybe we can get sell some covered calls here. Maybe sell some 30s. Workhorse options 176% calls. Let's see what the calls look like. Weeklies for next week. Can I lock in some gains? $2.90 by $2.95. $3 for the 29s. So it looks like they're looking for this to move much higher. Workhorse. Yeah, maybe I'll just scalp it. Workhorse. Nice follow through so far. DKNG, DraftKings looks good. They have deals in the pipeline. It's just a matter of announcing them. Facebook breaking out. NIO and Tesla look good. Futures trying to hold this level at 33.40. Tick cumulative is turning. We get the fast signal to turn up. We still got lower lows and lower highs. So that needs to change. We still don't have a base confirmation breakout. So right now we're still testing those lows over the last 9 trading days. We've hit it 5 times. Don't trust the markets right here. I don't trust them. DKNG, looking for more. DKNG, DraftKings, September 54 call activity, and DKNG. CTXS, Charlie Tango X-ray, San All right, Arval is picking up on Workhorse. Nike looks good. 3.2 Arval on Nike. Most stocks are bouncing. Watching NIMO. Buyers stepping up at the low of the day. This is the 5th time we've hit this level. The low of the day for SPY. Still basing. 9 trading days in this base. 11 days since the turn lower on Thursday 2 weeks ago. 11 trading days since the Thursday turn lower 2 weeks ago. So we're holding this level for now at 335 on SPY, 3350 give or take on S&P 500. So we really are in wait and see mode. It's Friday, OPEX, we were waiting. September is not usually the most kind month of the year. August and September are usually the worst. October, we've had a few drawdowns during October as well, but not as many as in September or August. All right, Capri Holdings starting to bounce. Buy the dip, looks like it's starting to set up. Workhorse going some more, 29.53. DraftKings about to break out. Nice job on DraftKings. All you need is a couple of good trades per day. We talk about this every day. $500 a day, that's $10,000 a month. $1,000 a day, you can do the math. 20K a month, I think you can live off of that. Even if you shoot for a lower number, $250 a day, it's $5,000 extra a month. Put it in an IRA account. All you need to do is set up an IRA and make sure that you have the ability to trade inside of it. I like to have level 2 at least, options trading level 2, so that I can at least sell covered calls and do spreads. You just need to set that up, open an account. The money that you make is inside the IRA, the gains. Pretty straightforward. All right, let's see. All right, there goes NIO starting to move. Workhorse looks good. Tesla back up near the highs, not quite there yet. DraftKings a little selling at the highs of the day. Workhorse trying to drive above 29.53. I would assume that we might be seeing the highs of the day soon. Every time I sell covered calls, the stock winds up going, and I wind up regretting selling covered calls. So with 176 on IB, implied volatility, there's some anticipation of a pretty big move. All right, we got a little bit of selling, a little bit of profit taking at the highs. We're just about 40 cents off the highs of the day now on Workhorse. DraftKings off the high of the day. All right, so now it's almost 10:10. We're waiting. It is 10:10 right now. We just turned to 10:10. 10:10 wins in New York City. Good radio station for the news. A lot of people moving out of the city. From what people I know were telling me, it's a huge amount of revenue. 40% reduction in lease. People drawing leases, signing leases. Anybody with money has most likely moved out of the city, other than moving to Florida All right, watching Kodak. Another push higher on Kodak. 1150, 1152. Expected to be volatile today. Nike just bouncing around. I don't feel a real of support here yet on the future, so gut feeling is I would just wait a little bit longer. We want to see the whites of their eyes. We want to have institutions obvious buyers. I'd like to see what Steve Hammer has to say. If anybody has any updates from him. Buy programs this morning. It looks like they're buying. Looks like they're buying. Tick cumulative. We got a hook, a move higher, and fast signal is starting to bottom. Let's see what the 30-minute looks like. 30 minutes trying to hook upward. I don't go any lower than 30-minute. It's just too much noise for me. No Hammer news yet? Okay. Yeah, it's pretty high. So the New York Post on August 11th, said that New Yorkers are leaving in droves, was their headline. Wow, that's amazing. Saleh said 90% of the suburb mostly work about school year. Let's see if he has the numbers here. He doesn't have any numbers. Flat rate mover said the 100 moves a day it does in the city are very different from previous years. Moving to New Jersey, Connecticut, and upstate. More than 16,000 New Yorkers changed their address to Connecticut from March through June. All right, so I know the numbers have got to be pretty high. August 31st, most recent. That's from New York Today. .44% increase in home sales for the suburban around the city compared to what numbers in 2019. 112% in Westchester and 73% in Fairfield County, Connecticut. Yeah, I heard some really horrific numbers. So it is what it is. I think you guys know, we listed our house the first day it was on the market. It was basically sold. We took the first offer, or at least we had an offer, and wound up taking that offer after about a week of New Yorkers coming in and out of our house. We sold much higher than our asking price and much higher than I thought we would get for the markets. I mean, it's a really good situation. You've got people moving out. You've got a lack of inventory in New Jersey anyway. The interest rates are low. So not only are the sellers able to buy a new house at a low rate, provided they can get the loan squared away, and it's a win-win situation, except for New York City, of course. Their revenues are going to collapse. All right, DKNG, we're at the highs of the day. DraftKings, Workhorse consolidating the gains from the morning, but not dropping off. Nike looks like it's going to break out. Watch Nike, looks good. Nike look for a move higher here. And Nike with a stop under 117. Alrighty. Okay, so we ran into a little resistance there. Consolidating right at the volume point of control, VPOC, 3348, 3348. 1-to-1 up down volume. So this could turn out to be a doji day. We got the 30-minute tick trying to cross bullish. So that's telling you that they're buying more stocks on the uptick than they're selling on the downtick. That'll help hold this level if we can see a continuation into midday. So that's what we've been waiting for. I told you that we would wait until after maybe 10:30, see between 10:20 and 10:30 to see what kind of activity. If we got any buyers to step up. Tick cumulative is still pointing higher, so that could lead to higher highs and higher lows. I'm not putting my hopes on the line, as this is OPEX monthly. Snap pulling back a bit more. DraftKings come back in a little. All right, so we could wind up a little bit. See if we can't get a follow through. All right. All right, so the rest of the day, let's see, 10:30 was consumer sentiment. 1 o'clock, we got Baker Hughes rig count, and that's it, 1 o'clock. So we got a ways to go. No more economic news announcements today. We had consumer sentiment before, it was a little bit off. Okay, Workhorse starting to bounce. Workhorse starting to bounce. Nike pulling back, no follow through. SPY looks a little better. NIO hanging in there. Tesla looks good. Tesla holding well. Powerball 1.08. Facebook pulling back. 1.24 to 1. Could turn out to be a doji day. We're watching this tick cumulative very closely. All right, we got 300 stocks ticking upward right now. If that continues, we should see a crossover in the next few minutes. That'll be a bullish cross. Should get a higher low out of this and a higher high if that continues. Kodak pushing. Kodak looking for a run. DraftKings breaking out. DraftKings looks good. Kodak looking for a breakout. I like the dip on Nike. Looks like it's going to get bought right here at 117. All right, so this is a crappy day. It's Friday. Hanging out right below the volume point of control. Tick him to try and turn. KCAC, that one's on the move. 124% on RVOL. Excuse me, on IV. There's 0.50 on RVOL, so I wouldn't chase it. Workhorse trying to push. There goes DraftKings. Might add to DraftKings. Move my stop up shortly. Was it 52.25? Move it up to 53.25 at least. Let's see, can I get 53? 53.60, 53, 54 is right under VWAP. Apple dropping. That's not good for the markets. NQ anyway. Yeah, if you look at Doug, if you're looking at KCAC, I wouldn't buy it unless it pulls back maybe to 18. Your inside of yesterday's price action should hold, but RVOL is very low at 0.50. So that's telling me there's not many eyeballs in it. Can it take off from here? Possibly. Things are a little bit more risky when you don't have RVOL above 1.5 or so, and the futures are pulling back. It tends to be more of a trap. So value area is closer to price action that's already traded yesterday in the 18, 17.75 up to 18. That's where I would place a bid rather than chase it. DraftKings pulling back in. All right, Workhorse looks like it wants to go. Workhorse next level. Workhorse tends to do this. It pops in the morning, consolidates, and then it pops again, consolidates, pops again. Yesterday had a nice ABCD pattern. The D came on today's action above 28. 28.20, I believe, was the level we were looking for a breakout. We got that this morning, 28.43 open. Yeah, I agree, Sean. You don't have much of an edge right now. And it's Friday OPEX too, so. Trade the stocks that are showing above average RVOL. Workhorse. DKNG 1.2. Showing relative strength. All right, just got got a dip to 1806. All right, KCAC just dipped to 1806 and buyers stepped up. Still relatively low RVOL, but it looks like it could get going. I'm going to sit on my hands for a few minutes. All right, futures coming back, futures dropping. All right, Tesla just in a VWAP is flattened out now. It's just moving sideways, just below VWAP. Kodak, same thing. Workhorse looks like it might be the one that runs today. Thank you, Corey. Tilray spiking again. Number 2 this week on Tilray. There goes Workhorse. Workhorse, new high of the day. Looking pretty strong. I might take some off near 30. Yeah, never short the lows. You want to short the highs when you get rejected. New traders tend to do just the opposite. They get scared at the lows. They have no reference. And they just understand gamma and the way the markets work. They wouldn't be shorting the lows. Be looking for the opportunities at the low of the day instead. All right, there goes Workhorse, new highs. KCAC. All right. Yeah, Frank, Workhorse and DKNG, they're pretty straightforward. Price action is very strong, relative strength, everything working. Markets are lower, and we keep testing this this low for the fifth time now. That's not good. Workhorse looking for a breakout. DraftKings, a little pullback. Somebody taking profits there. Apple looking for a bounce. KCAC, I think they're talking about buying Apple. Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. Swear Siri eavesdropping. Wasn't talking to you. U.S. Steel news this morning. Okay, Kodak just consolidating at the highs. DraftKings looking for a push higher. Also looking for Workhorse to break out. Workhorse new highs on Slate. Looking for a pop higher. The music's going to stop. There's going to be no deck chairs left at some point. I guess it feels, I don't know. I like to find, let me check out markets and see what the deal is here. Let me check Market Smith and see how many funds are and what they're doing. Workhorse. Let me see what's kind of volume do we have? Workhorse. Micron and Vale both have alpha bullish signals. All right, Workhorse, you're going to go some more. Nike still pushing lower. So watching how it handles VWAP right here, Nike. DraftKings pulling back. Below VWAP, looking for KCAC. Looking for some information on KCAC. Let's see, Market Smith. Let's check it out. Let's see what this is. KCAC. KCAC. All right, starting to break out. So you got to move down to 1806. Doug, got Got to move down to 1806. That was close enough. If you got an entry there. Let's see. Kensington Capital stock is a hot investment in next-gen batteries. The company is initiating a reverse merger with QuantumScape so that the latter becomes a public company. As a result, Kensington Capital stock has more than doubled in a matter of days. All right, so it looks interesting.
CNPS indicating 28.22 on 182,000 shares. Totally micro profit notwithstanding. CNPS, another IPO. Last indication on letter U was 67 to $69.
All right.
Hammond says the Metro United take follow.
All right, KCAC coming back to that 18 level now. All right, getting a little bit better entry there, Doug. DraftKings looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce in futures and for tick cumulative to cross over on a 30-minute at least. Still sitting on my hands. There's not a lot to do here. All right, futures coming back in. We're off 17 3/4 handles. Looking for a bounce. NASDAQ is faring a little bit less than the NYSE at the moment. And S&P 500 futures. So I'm just sitting and watching. There's nothing to do here right now. Markets are very choppy. DraftKings going for the high again, watching Kodak sitting below VWAP. Workhorse, new highs. Workhorse is working. Workhorse looks good. We've got IV on Workhorse is 171. It was 176%. So IB is starting to come in a little bit. Thinking about selling some covered calls at 29s for next Friday. Let some theta kick in over the weekend. Tesla. Watching Tesla. DraftKings starting to bounce. Apple. The FANG stock's not doing that great today. Very choppy above and below VWAP now. Futures coming back down to the morning Globex lows and just dropped below that level right now. Yesterday's lows right now being tested at 33.20. We're trading 33.29. No follow through yet. Workhorse coming back. Looks like we're going to test VWAP at least once. Please, it's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock. All right, Workhorse bouncing a bit. DraftKings showing relative strength. Tesla testing the gap low right here. KCAC coming back to 18, 1798. There you go. Gave you an opportunity. Looking for a bounce. Facebook as well. Futures watching for buyers right in this zone. Still too early to tell if we get a bounce out of this. But we're testing the lows from Wednesday. Actually, Thursday, sorry. At 33.20, 33.16 level. That's just below. Looks like they might try to take some stops out down here and then reverse it. We hit the highs, got above the highs that we printed yesterday after the close, 33.55, 33.58 or so. Moved above that this morning, reverse. So it looks like they're taking out stops in both sides at the moment. Tesla, we're seeing the, what is that, the 550 call trading on Tesla, 1,000 at $69, the 550 calls. Let's see, Tesla. I don't think you should be trading right now. All right, so somebody just bought calls on Tesla. We got Tesla buyers for the 925, the September 25th 460 call, 396 at $34 each, $1.4 million trade. Are they selling premium? We'll find out soon enough if we start to rally in that direction. So we have to wait and see. That was at 9:52 this morning. So we're trading 11 o'clock. They could have already taken some profits there. KCAC coming back into price action, giving you a better entry instead of chasing it up there at $18.30. Kensington Capital, a reverse merger candidate, just posted that. MarketSmith. QuantumScape, their reverse merger as a SPAC. Raises public funds for the sole purpose of acquiring a private company like QuantumScape, which is a renewable energy firm and battery manufacturer. Tesla not following through yet, so not confirming a long. It's confirming more of a we sold options up there for next week. The, what was it? The 460 calls. I don't know. It looks like we could get up to 460 pretty easily today if we get some sort of follow through. There goes DraftKings again. Volume at VWAP. All right, that's a good sign. Shoot. Ouch. Note the volume spike at VWAP for DKNG, DraftKings. That's institutions picking up shares. Kodak hanging in there. Let's see, Workhorse. Very interested in selling the 29 call for next Friday. They're going for about $2.90. That's basically $3 downside protection. You could sell the Workhorse 29 call on part of your position, give you some downside protection of about $3. If you think we're going to pull back more than say 26, 27, wherever your stop is, if you get 1 or 2%, trading up here at 29 and change. DraftKings trying to break out. That'll give you some downside. So the daily, if we were to pull back, we're trading at 29.63. So can we get down to 26? That would be trading inside of Thursday's price action. We could, but if it does, you buy back, you close the covered calls, you collect the premium, and then you look for another bounce if you get another bounce, or you can sell another tranche of, say, the 27 calls if IV is still pretty high. It's at 171 right now. That's pretty high. It looks like Workhorse is going to break out, maybe buy some more Workhorse. All right, it's going. Workhorse is going. Workhorse is going. So it looks good. There goes DKNG, new high of the day. All right, so the markets are invariably bouncing. Yep, they are. Tick cumulative looking for a crossover, 1.16 to 1 up volume. KCAC looks better here, Doug, than it did at 1830. Obviously, you didn't buy it up there. Tesla's starting to bounce. Those Tesla calls are on our mind. GameStop. What do we got on GameStop? Any bounce on GameStop? GameStop above yesterday's price action. Popped above, almost got to 10 today. GameStop. GameStop watching KCAC, Doug bringing us that information that Redler is trading Kilo Charlie Alpha Charlie, Kensington Capital, a SPAC, reverse merger proposition, renewable energy and battery company, looking to buy QuantumScape, acquire it. A new way of doing things, M&A for 2020. SPACs, been hearing a lot about those lately. Watching for the futures to bounce. Okay, KCAC is, there goes DraftKings, new high of the day. Workhorse, looks good. Workhorse going for 30. Nice job on Workhorse, folks. DraftKings looking for a follow through and getting it. Workhorse going. New high of the day on DraftKings. GameStop pulling back a bit. Tesla holding the gap. KCAC looking for a bounce. Futures not seeing much follow through. Not talking to you, Siri. Siri eavesdropping on me. Workhorse still going. High of the day. Nice job, folks, if you're still trading it. IV percent on Workhorse is 171%. Consider selling some premium. Any reversals or changes in directions or flattening in VWAP, that IV will come in. You'll collect that premium. Buy to close those covered calls later. Collect the premium. You got insurance, basically. Downside protection. They were going for like $3. Last I looked, $3.10. For the 29 call, we're 80 cents in the money for next Friday's calls. I wouldn't be buying calls straight up. I'd be doing spreads at least, selling some out of the money. Maybe buying the 29s, selling the 30s, 31s, something like that. But even that, I like the shares better right now selling premium, as premium is pretty high on the volatility side of things. DraftKings moving higher. Looks good. Apple starting to bounce. Tesla holding its own. Futures just not cooperating on the S&P 500 side. Yeah, the California real estate market. California real estate market is probably one of the most expensive next to New York City. People sell their homes. I guess there's a lack of inventory there as well. Sell their homes, move out of state, go to Texas. You could buy 3 homes, rent 2. Oh boy.
House Speaker Pelosi says we'll consider next week legislation barring imports of goods made with forced labor from China's Xinjiang region.
S&P futures don't look like they're going to bounce here. They're testing the lows. I think we could get down as low as 33.18, possibly, maybe a little bit lower, and take out the stops that are down here. I'm thinking that's what they're going to do. Same with, we're already there on NASDAQ. We're almost there. 10,910 or so. We take out the stops from yesterday. Can't imagine anybody would be down there, but that's what Danny Riley always talks about, taking out stops at the highs and the lows, especially on OPEX Fridays. Tesla looking better. Tesla's showing a buy the dip signal. Tesla showing a buy the dip signal. There goes KCAC, better entry. All right, I bought a few shares of these KCAC. I'll follow it with you, Doug. All right, I got to fill 1803. DraftKings looking for a follow through. All you need is a couple of good trades. You only need really one good trade per day. DraftKings and Workhorse giving it to us. They're probably going to, you think they'll tag 30 today? Tag 30 and then reverse it a little bit back to VWAP? Or show a potential move to 30 and then start to see some profit taking here? I would consider selling some covered calls on at least part of my position anyway. For $3, the 29s for next Friday. And if it starts to move higher, you can always roll those up. You can always roll those up from the 29s to the 30s or whatever. lock in some more gains from your entry. Most of you are probably in this from around 16, 17 workhorse. It's been a couple of weeks now, end of August or so, when we broke above 16. We got above the 9 and 21 day. It was around 16.55, if I recall, was my entry. All right. All right, I just entered that new order on KCAC rather. All right. We'll look to scale into that soon. If it keeps going. DraftKings, some decent relative volume, 1.12. Looking at the daily chart, 5-minute chart, sorry. 5-minute chart, we have nice follow through. Workhorse, high of the day, 29.89. So that's two winners there. If you're still trading Digital Turbine, that one's done fairly well over the last week or so. This week in particular. That one was brought to you by Mikey. Dipped a little bit at the moment. Below VWAP. RVOL's 0.71. Kodak, brought to you by a few people in the room. That's trading at 11.41. Nice move yesterday from the upper $8 level. Kodak, so speculation that they'll win a contract. There goes DraftKings, new high of the day. DraftKings doing well. I'll probably add to DraftKings at some point. It's doing fine now. Tesla watching. All right, so we did come down. Futures did come down. The NQ futures did come down to Thursday's lows. From the open right around 9 o'clock, we came down. NQ came down to this level. Now we're starting to find buyers. Let's see what the futures S&P 500. RENN, seeing some action. Looking for a bounce here. Profile. Need to get back up to 33.47. That's the VPOC for today. 1-to-1 up down volume. That's telling you that they don't have much conviction today. So you should be doing the same. Follow their model. You want to hang on to their coattails, trade with them, get on the train when the institutions start to show signs. Right now, they're just showing signs that no one is winning. 1-to-1 up down volume literally means, I hate to use that term literally. 1-to-1 means, equates to a doji. No one's winning on the daily time frame, okay? So all right, it's 11:25. We've got IWM with lots of calls for next Friday. IWM, the 157 calls trading. Let's see. IWM. IWM looking a lot better. IWM. Chart agrees. John Deere on Trump Farm Aid looking good. FedEx working. That was earlier from Lee Star.
BP, Bravo Papa, BP returns workers to Natica, Thunder Horse platforms in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico. That's BP.
Workhorse. There goes KCAC. KCAC. There goes Tesla. Tesla's going. DraftKings. All right, Workhorse. $29.89 high of the day. All right, starting to pull in a little bit. Take a little profits off the table. It's Friday. If you're day trading any shares on Workhorse, I am. Took a little bit off there. 29.80 on the reversal. 29.70 fill average. Okay, that's good. Workhorse looking good. Yeah, DraftKings, I know everyone knows my targets are in the 60s up there. Measured moves about 14 points or 20% on the breakout for DraftKings. So that gives you about 12 points on DraftKings. And, you know, the deals are just going to keep rolling. Yeah, more deals to come. They're not done. And a good management team will also look to compound their good fortune as they continue to strike new deals. ESPN, they got Michael Jordan on the board, deals with the New York Giants. You know, there's just a few probably last minute signatures that need to be taken care of. And you'll hear about other teams, other sports. Of course, Maryland is trying to buck the trend and poo-poo the idea of online gambling using DKNG's DraftKings interface, or whatever you want to call it, at least in Maryland anyway. So I didn't read much about that, but New Jersey is definitely in it. The UK is in it. I forget what other states are in it right now, but you can gamble there. So there'll be people that try to figure out how to do it. Even if you do live in Maryland, they'll figure out a way. To do what they need to do. DraftKings 55. All right, so I might take some off. I might take a little bit off of DraftKings. I still think there's more upside. I will probably trade it some more. Next week. I'm going to take a little bit off of DraftKings. Got a nice profit. Been in it a few days. Day traded some shares around it. Maybe I'll take half off. DraftKings. Yeah, let me take some off. No, I'm going to wait. Looks like it's going to pop here. It's Friday noon. Liquidity should start to dry up. All right, I'm going to take a little bit off here. All right, DraftKings. Let's see, DKNG. 46.90. 46.90. I just took some of DraftKings off. Starting to come in a little bit. I would sell a little bit up here. I don't think it's going to come back much, but any pullbacks will probably be a opportunity. All right. So my original entry, let me just check the, all right, so that's good. DKNG 46.90. 46.90. All right, that was a nice gain, 17.7%. FIFO means first in, first out. Okay, in case you're wondering, FIFO, FIFO, that means first in, first out. I just sold a little bit at 55.25. All right. All right, so I sold some DraftKings, guys. I sold some DraftKings, just so you know. FIFO, first in, first out. Shares that I bought, the first tranche that I traded, those were in at 48.90. 17%, almost 18% on those, so that's a good trade. And I still see it continue to move higher. Maybe it consolidates. Maybe it just keeps going. Who the hell knows, you know? All right, so Workhorse coming back from the highs. If you sold covered calls, I would buy some back if we can get a buck out of these, $1.50. If they pull back that much, or you can just hold over the weekend and maybe just collect the entire $3 if we stay below 29 or close to it anyway, or you can roll them up. Humana glued to the highs. Thank you, Robert. Workhorse, yeah. We also traded it from the 3 zone, Workhorse. We also traded that from the 3 zone. Mondo first mentioned it. You remember back last year when we traded it on his $3 per share? That was before they glued down the Lordstown plant and all the other things that have happened since, it warrants maybe being a 20, maybe a $30 stock. It's a little bit PE forward looking. It's pretty high, but they're putting together deals. The last deal I remember them putting together was a couple of weeks ago, was with Hitachi, and they'll continue to put deals together. Same thing with DraftKings. I don't think DraftKings is over. I just took profits because it was a week-long swing, and many of you have made profits as well. So I think it's a time to take a look at cashing some chips. All right, looking for Workhorse to bounce again. DraftKings will probably continue higher. So maybe you get out near closer to the highs of the day. Okay, I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back.
Report now that San Francisco may reopen indoor dining by October if California moves into the orange risk level. DIS, Walt Disney World Swan and Dolphin Resort to lay off 1,100 employees due to low occupancy. That's DIS.
particular -800.
All right, I'm back. Let's see what the workhorse. Okay, pulling back a bit. Okay, DraftKings pull back. You said you got DocuSign, Manny? All right, let me look at DocuSign. Oh, that's below 9 and 21 day. Let's see what you got here. All right, DraftKings. This sucker is strong. It reminds me of Apps Turbine. For a couple of days there, it just kept going, kept going. Mikey was in that one. I since had taken some profits on DocuSign, excuse me, on Apps Digital Turbine. Where are you, Manny? You talking to me on? Where are you? You on Slack? Yeah, I would say I would get out. I would get out. 220. Yeah, DocuSign, Manny, I wouldn't stick with it. It's not working. You got a 9-21 day bearish cross. You got RSI below. Let me just DocuSign. All right, so you've got a 9 and 21 day. Oops. What did I just do? Did I just stop the stream? Yes, I did. All right, let me share. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. DocuSign. Okay, I would take it off. I would take DocuSign off. It's not working. It's doing the exact opposite of what you want to see. You're below the 9 and 21 day. You see that reverse Kirby over here? You see this right here, that volume bar? This could drop into this area, and you could see 180 175 pretty quick. You've got RSI below 50. And volume has showed institutions have been taking shares off. MACD's below its signal line. So the whole idea here, Manny, is that while it's oversold, could bounce, is that institutions see the vaccine as a more potential for approval in the short term. They keep saying next year, but I got to believe we could see something soon. And DocuSign, while it is very useful, obviously, I think the wave of buying or the wave of usage with DocuSign is probably hit a peak already. I can't tell you. I can't look at the statistics. I'm just saying how many people moved out of the cities since March have probably peaked, and DocuSign used quite a bit in those. I use it every day on the documents that my realtor and the attorney and the lender are all sending to me. So it's not working. That's the basis. The basic, it should have held the 9 and 21 day on this breakout, this reversal. There were probably some institutions that were selling. You can see the volume. Institutions took their shares off. They're probably not even in it right now. They're looking for a retracement. And if you look at a retracement of this Fibonacci, all right, so let's take a look at what potential we could see. All right, so the last major pivots are down here. So here's your Fibonacci's. 50% is right below 618. So if it loses this 180 level, like I was telling you over here, if you lose that 180 level, then you could probably see 160 pretty quick. The bottom line, Manny, is that it's not trending anymore. It based out, went sideways, it popped, and then institutions took their shares off, having made a huge gain over this time period. So I would just count your losses and be done with it, you know. So from the lows here up to the highs, the gains that we saw, whoops, saw about 290% gains, roughly. So to think this is going to continue going, I just think it's fruitless. Just exit the position, all right? That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Once you lost the 9 and 21 day, hopes of a rebound have diminished. And that volume is telling me the institutions are already out of their position. So they'll wait for this to come back to maybe 618 and pick up shares then. Then you need to see the volume pick up and MACD and stochastics turn higher. So we're a ways away from that. If you're absolutely adamant about holding shares, consider selling covered calls or some premium around your position, but I would just take it off and be done with it. That's the way I would look at it, okay? All right, let me change the screen. All right, give me 1 second. Whoops, I need to change that. All right. Okay, I hope that helps, Manny. DraftKings looks like it's just going to keep going. Like I anticipate, it's going to hit 60 at some point. The deals are not going to stop. DraftKings, keep some on. I'm keeping some on. I do think that we're going to see much higher levels. No reason to sell your entire position. It's doing exactly what you want to see DocuSign do, which is not doing. It's doing the opposite of what DraftKings is doing. DraftKings continues to press higher highs and higher lows out of the chart. I can only tell you what I would do. Can't give you advice as to buy this, buy that. All right. Digital Turbine, relaxing, taking a break. Siesta, Kodak, same thing. We got DraftKings showing strength. All right, here goes Workhorse again. Workhorse is not giving up its train tickets yet. It's going to ride to the next station. All right, it goes. Looks like we're going to break out again on Workhorse. I'll add to it again on day trade shares. If it breaks out, that's telling you that's fresh money. Fresh money. We want it to push away from VWAP. And R-ball is now at 1.29. For a Friday, that's not bad. I don't know how much more we're going to see out of Workhorse, so consider it taking some profits into strength. I would consider taking some off into strength. Don't be greedy. Don't be a piggy. Digital Turbine about to go. Looks ready to test VWAP. Digital Turbine. DraftKings. Love you long time. All right, GameStop looks like it could get going. Cheap name looks like it could run a little bit. If it can get above the highs of the day, start trading in the tens. Let's see. Tesla's okay. Didn't follow through. KCAC, Kensington Capital. That one is just consolidating. Should be higher next week as a SPAC reverse merger with whatever the name of the company was. Somethingscape, their battery company and renewable energy. Those SPACs have been doing well. DraftKings looks good. Yeah, Maryland, not a bad day. Not a bad day. Capri bouncing off the lows. Nike holding at VWAP. Watch for volume. It's kind of dropped off a lot as far as volume is concerned. Just sitting here consolidating. GameStop looking for a bounce. Futures, IWM pulling back in a little bit. IWM looked good there. Tick cumulative dropping again. So that's showing that they are still sellers. Futures tested the low as we anticipated, 33.20-ish. Tesla holding into battery day. Anton making a comment in the room. Yeah, VIX at the lows. It's just saying the volatility is dropping. So expect tighter ranges. Going into October, expect tighter ranges. That's all. Volatility, VIX is just volatility. You know, volatility does pull in. There's less fear of a major Sigma event, apparently. So they're charging less in terms of premium. The market makers charging less. Yeah, market makers are expecting smaller moves now. If you've been paying attention to the last week, we didn't have one, but we'll have one this week. Watch list. I give you the expected move. I gave you the expected move, but it wasn't in the watch list. So the expected moves are coming in. A couple of months, 3 months, 4 months ago, the measured moves were $18 in either direction. They collapsed to $8 and $5. So that's just telling you volatility is not expected. Major Sigma events are not expected. For the most part, things are more bullish. Now, that could change in a heartbeat if we lose this low that we've been banging around. 5 times we've tried the lows, have yet to drop below them for the S&P 500 and the spiders. 5 of the last 9 trading days, we've tested that low and we reversed off of it. So while they're not buying hand over fist, this being OPEX for the month, we have to wait. We have to be patient. It's probably not. I mean, I would sense that it's a really bad idea to take on too much risk today. We don't know what's going to happen over the weekend. We've managed to hold these lows of this 9-day base. 11 days if you count Thursday that we rolled over into Friday. Those aren't part of the base, but what we were looking for on Thursday and Friday 2 weeks ago, the first week of September, we were looking for those 2 days lower, Thursday and Friday. You remember that move lower. Mikey was broadcasting at the time. I was moving. Thursday and Friday on the weekend video, I told you that we need to see the setups on both the indices, the sectors, and the individual stocks. And that meant that we needed to wait 5 to 7 trading days, just like we would on any sort of earnings play. All right, so it gives time for the oscillators and indicators to get oversold again and literally set up for, I hate that word, literally, set up for the next move, whether it's going to be higher or lower. So there's no guarantees we're going to bounce off this level and move higher, but the odds are better if we hold that low. So the idea was 2 weeks ago, 2 Sundays ago, the weekend video, I told you that we needed to see the setups. And that literally means I did it again. That means we need to hold this level. Until we hold the level, we can't take on additional risk because we don't know if we're going to move higher or lower. If we come in on Monday and we're up 20, 30 handles and we start to push away from this 3360 zone, then you got your answer. Okay, then you can start to look at stocks that are still above the 9 and 21 day. Manny used the example of DocuSign, which is below the 9 and 21 day and the opposite side of the trade right now, in that the move from March into the September highs, we had DocuSign was a favorite along with Zoom. Now, Zoom I haven't looked at today. Let me take a look at Zoom. Zoom has been impossible to short. It just keeps going, just like DraftKings. DraftKings is at the high of the day again. Let's see, Zoom. So some of these stocks that profited during the period where COVID was, keeping everything at bay as far as opening economies and stuff. So, wow, I can't even believe Zoom is at $400, $450 per share. 72% on IB. Impossible to short, but I'm not gonna trade it up here. Some of you are still in it. Congratulations if you are. I'm not in it. I have no position in Zoom. But setups this weekend, we'll take a look at the IBD 50 and the Market Smith Growth 250 and stocks showing relative strength. On the relative strength scan, some stocks on the blue dot scan, IBD Market Smith blue dot scan, as well as stocks trading on above average volume. We'll look at all of those this weekend and ponder those setups. If we got proper setups, we'll have bases to trade off of. You can see Zoom pulled back Thursday, 11 trading days prior, bounced on Monday, buyers stepped up, Monday, Tuesday, and then it started trending. So that's the kind of setup I'm looking for. Something that holds over the last 7 to 9 trading days. Now we're starting to see these stocks pushing away from these bases, reversal candles and patterns. Okay, so our odds go up and we can look for an edge if we can manage to get futures to hold this level. It looks like we're going to for now. Tick cumulative, I'm still not happy that it hasn't turned up yet. Until tick cumulative turns up on 30-minute and 60-minute charts, we have yet to see a higher high and higher low. So our edge is still about 60-40. 60% that we could trade a little bit lower first versus 40% maybe higher. We keep bouncing off the lows. That's the point. Right now we're still at the lows. So I would prefer us be at the highs by the close. I doubt that's going to be the case. I hope I'm not beating this to death, but it's 1-to-1 up down volume and we're bouncing off the lows. So they're not trading a lot of volume at the low of the day. DraftKings at the highs of the session. Congratulations. Still have a small position in it now. Took some profits into strength, which a wise man told me a long time ago. Always taking profits into strength. The caveat is I take the profits into strength as the stock makes 5, 10, 15, 20% gains. And I'll get out of a stock that doesn't work. So if it's down 1 or 2%, I want to take the stock off on entry. If I enter and 5 minutes later it starts to drop and move away, I just take the stock off. I want to look at the stocks that are continuing to move higher, like DraftKings, and be able to continue to add to my position, scaling in, tiering in, as Redler calls it, scaling in as it moves higher, profiting more as it moves higher, because it's moving in the direction we're looking for. And then as the markets you start to see topping candles, or RVOL is starting to drop off, having been high during the week, and all of a sudden you come in on Friday and RVOL is like 0.5, and you start to see topping candles, and you take the stock off 5, 10, 15% gains, and the math works for you. If we just shoot for goals, whether it's $200 a day, $500 a day, $1,000 a day, 500 and 1,000, that translates into $10,000 or $20,000 per month, respectively. That includes losses. All right. So if you have a 1 or 2% loss and you're managing 5, 10, 15% gains during the week, and you're averaging $500 a day, you're having a really good go of it, you know. And the markets they're not creating a headwind, but they're certainly not creating a tailwind. A tailwind would be if the markets start to break out of this base of the last 9 days and starts to produce higher highs and higher lows. Then we can enter with confidence knowing that gamma is positive. If you haven't read the gamma channel in a few days, or if you're not familiar with it, just if you're a new member, go and check out the gamma channel. Basically, gamma is telling you whether institutions are bullish or bearish and what they will do in a given circumstance. So do yourself a favor, delve into gamma over the weekend. If you're new to it, understand gamma. We try to update it every day, give you an idea of what the market makers are doing, positioning with their options trades during the day and during the week, and for OPEX, which is today, monthly. So this morning at the open, they rolled a lot of those calls and puts that they had traded, and over the last week or so, they rolled those calls and puts, and what happened? The futures dropped off. So we're doing, even though the stocks look good, the futures dropped off. Okay, after the open. So now we're just settling down and seeing how they're positioning for the next move, and we'll see that by the close. Their options positions, because today being OPEX, they're not going to hold these calls and puts that expire today. They're going to roll them out, up or down. I don't know what they're going to do, but we'll see by the close. Read the gamma channel. That's all I can say. All right, so basically today is done. We could see lower, we could see higher, we could stay in the range, but I don't like that we're sitting here at the lows of the day with no buying going on. It's 1-to-1 up down volume, 1.3 to 1 down volume, and tick looks like it's going to drop a little bit here. It's at minus 700, and tick cumulative continues to point lower. So they're selling a bit more than they've been buying lately. What's going on with Tesla? What is this? Oh, 1 minute chart. Okay. Kodak. VXRT. Maybe we'll get an end of day run on VXRT. That would be nice. They are printing so much more. We're going to have a deal with inflation in the future that's going to be crazy. That'll be when you want to deal with yields at highs that we haven't seen in. I mean, this makes the late 70s, early 80s look ridiculous as far as Volcker and 21% interest rates. You wait. If you haven't bought a house already at these low rates, I have to say probably I don't know, a few years from now, we're going to see pretty interesting interest rates. They're going to be much higher than they are presently. If I were to sell and buy a house, now would be the time because everybody can afford a 2.75% interest rate or 2.25, 2.5. Much better than a 10% rate. Remember back in the 80s mid 80s when they were like ridiculous 10, 12% mortgage rates. So the markets aren't really giving us much to go on right now. Let's see who is winning. All right, so there's the Dow Jones looks pretty good. We got J&J, UNH, Caterpillar, Coca-Cola, AXP, JP Morgan, Merck, Verizon, all of them higher. All right, let's take a look at some of these. All right, let's Kodak is pulling back. Let's see. Let's put AXP here. AXP. AXP. Tesla looks okay. Nvidia at the lows. J&J. Have I lost you guys? No, I still have you. Okay. All right, AXP pulling back. All right, so everything is pretty much doing the same thing. Tesla's holding up. Let's do J&J. Nike. Vaxart, looking for a move on Vaxart. DraftKings pulling back. All right, futures at the low. All right, let's see if they take out the stops and reverse it, or if they plan on bringing it lower. All right, VXX at the lows. If you're thinking about a hedge, if you think the market's going to move lower, VXX is at the low of the day right here. So maybe a trade there for a hedge, maybe some calls for next Friday. That way you protect your account. That's one way to do it. Or you just wait for things to bounce off of this level. Right now we're at the lows of the day, so probably going to bounce. Johnson & Johnson look okay, and I think Bob was talking about Humana before. DraftKings starting to turn. Johnson & Johnson, ABCD pattern. Tesla, AXP not following through. Let's see, John Deere on farm. AXTA, that was one we looked at the other day. That was one that Najarian had mentioned. AXTA is probably talking about it now, most likely, if it's seeing action. Workhorse pulling back some more. GameStop moving higher. Zoom. NVIDIA at the low of the day. Nike never got any follow through. It looked good this morning. Most stocks are coming in a little bit, probably some individual options being pinned or whatever. All right, stocks don't look that great right now. They don't look like they're going to break out. Tesla's okay. Zoom at the high of the day. John Deere. John Deere holding up fairly well. It's at the highs, 52-week highs, looks like. Consolidating at the highs of the day, John Deere, DE. Delta Echo, John Deere. Nothing looks really that appetizing. DraftKings is holding up really strong. GameStop. GameStop looks like it could get going. Inexpensive name, GameStop. Tesla, below VWAP, just holding. Futures at the lows. All right, so people are spooked right now, selling shares at the low of the day. Of course, market makers and dealers like to pick them up at the low of the day. Love to see what Steve Hammer sees, if anything. Probably more sell programs than buy programs, I would suspect. LVGO. Teladoc, LVGO. Let's take a look at those two. Teladoc. DraftKings still looking strong. All right, so Teladoc, you're at the highs of the session. LVGO. All right, so the futures are at the low of the day. Testing the lows again. Invariably, there's some stops down here. If we take it even lower, then all bets are off. We'll watch for lower levels. Let's see. We're testing Thursday's low right here. All right, so this is the weekly lows right in here. Wednesday, Thursday, we're bounced right in this zone. Can we hold it? Looks like we're going to test it. All the way from Monday, this zone that we've been holding. Watch VXX. If this starts to drop off, VXX calls will probably start working. I'm going to buy some VXX calls just for giggles. If we get a bounce, I don't know. What am I going to do here? I don't know. It's Friday. It's OPEX. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it at the low of the day. GameStop starting to move higher. I just reduced my risk. Pull in some of your shares. Reduce the number of open positions. We've got commentary at 2 o'clock from the president, so that will probably pump the markets. Sometimes you just don't do anything. Don't overtrade, don't overthink it. We have one-to-one up-down volume. It's telling you there's no participation, not a lot of volume. So Best to just sit back and wait. No hammer news. Thank you, Corey. LVGO, DraftKings, LVGO. All right, these are consolidating above VWAP. So if I were considering a trade on LVGO or Teladoc, Mike K, I would look for a bounce off of VWAP and commensurate volume. Okay, relative volume pickup. You see how DraftKings pushed off of VWAP here? Or VWAP's down there. 1 minute chart. Volume did pick up. We're pushing higher now. DraftKings has been a winner, chicken dinner. J&J at the highs, well away from VWAP. Tesla holding just below VWAP. Teladoc. Fridays, usually a day to just take a breather, take a walk. There goes DraftKings, new high of the day. That's been the winner this week. Impressive price action. Workhorse starting to bounce. Johnson & Johnson. Snap. There goes LVGO. Bouncing off VWAP. Volume is starting to pick up. You might have a winner there. A nice little scalp. LVGO. Bounce at VWAP. Snow. What's it doing? SNOW. There it goes. There it goes. So it's defending this 200 zone, 230 or so. Relative volume is really low. There goes GameStop. GameStop popping. It's a cheapie. It's a cheap one. GameStop. That's a cheap one. Watch GameStop. You might get a little trade off of this one. GME. It's popping now. It was hot yesterday and then it sold off. Popped again this morning and sold off. There it goes. GameStop on the move. I'm going to switch screens for a second. Bear with me. All right, watch GameStop here. This is the daily. Got a nice cup, a little handle. Came back to the 9 and 21 day and bounced. Following through, RSI is above 70. MACD's above the signal line, and we had a nice bounce. Look at the volume. A lot of volume showing up. That's institutions. It's institutions. All right, I'm going to go back to the previous screen. John Deere looks good on the daily, range bound on the 5-minute and 60-minute. There goes GameStop. All right. GameStop, nice little pop there. That was good.
Compass Pathways CMPS shares now for trade 23.40 opening print. An IPO priced at $17 per share. Its ticker CMPS. Hilton ticker HLT and Cedar Bay block trade.
GameStop continuation.
About 840,000 shares at $91. Shares falling about 30 cents following that block trade. Shares last at 90.72. Ticker HLT.
GameStop. All right, the high of the day, GameStop is starting to see some sellers. If you traded it from yesterday, all right, Tesla pulling back to the low of the day. GameStop, I would take some off. It hit this level before and got rejected on volume. DraftKings, maybe take a little off there as well.
Cisco ticker CSCO. Some unusual option activity here in January.
All right, making, all
32.50 puts with interest.
right, Workhorse looks okay.
At 39.91 ticker CSCO.
Workhorse pulling back a bit. Nike pulling back. All right, the markets are a little weak right now. Not going to go straight up or straight down. We got the futures testing the weekly lows. We've seen a little bit lower. 3,300 was the weekly lows, just below 3,300.
For today's session.
Zoom's doing fine in its own world. All right, so GameStop, you got a nice little pop up there to $9.64 to sell into strength. You did that. Good job. Looks like it might continue higher. Kodak on the move. Kodak moving. Kodak popping. All right, Digital Turbine still sitting there. DraftKings just trending away. I'm going to take a break here shortly. I got to run to the deli and get some deli meats and cheeses and stuff at the request of my landlord, my brother-in-law. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. All right, IWM. We've had some nice volume today on options. JP Morgan, seeing more action. ArcelorMittal, MT, seeing action. That's a German steel company. I guess off of the U.S. Steel play. U.S. Steel, ABCD pattern. U.S. Steel, ABCD pattern watching. Never had much luck with U.S. Steel. Only made a couple of trades off of that one. Doesn't work that well. MT pop there. You can only trade. I would think the only trade that U.S. Steel is more of a day trade type of thing. Swings don't seem to work for me. It's just my luck. John Deere at the highs. Here goes MT, ArcelorMittal taking off. 3,300. Looks like we're going to come down and test what we saw on Monday. Oh, that was last week. Monday, Tuesday last week. Monday, Friday last week. And again this week. GameStop. All right, that was a quick trade on it. GameStop, if you took it. LVGO coming back a bit. Vaxart. Watch Vaxart here. What's going on? What's going on? All right, DraftKings selling off some. So we're already taking some of your profits off the table on DraftKings. Why is not a bad idea. Workhorse looking for a bounce. Watch BXRT. Keep an eye on BXRT. That might be a trade. BXRT trading 0.34 RVOL. Maybe no volume there. Enough. All right, Tesla dropping off. MT, ArcelorMittal moving higher. Most stocks are at the lows of the session. Most stocks at the lows of the section. Vaxart trying to move higher. Vaxart, VXRT at. All right, so we're taking out the lows on SPY. Tesla moving lower. Tick cumulative still moving lower. Tick has been spending the majority of its time below the zero line today. So consequently, we have this lower lows and lower highs. J&J at the highs. All right, Tesla dropping off. All right, so there's no go on most of the stocks right now. Take your foot off the accelerator, pull over to the shoulder of the road, take a break, eat a sandwich, drink some tea, and wait for the storm to pass. If you took VXX calls before, they should be fine. Most likely, unless it gets really bad, most likely they're testing the stops at the lows. We're at close to 2-to-1, not quite there yet. 2-to-1 down volume. Nasdaq is already 2-to-1. Facebook, no go. Tried to break out this morning around 259.50 or so. It didn't get above it. Just faded. We've got a higher low now on the 5-minute compared to yesterday. Tesla looking like buyers stepping up. GameStop a little bounce. I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. All right, Tesla continues to move lower. Markets are testing the lows of this week and last week's price action. Invariably, a lot of people will be buying puts down here. Probably not the best strategy. DraftKings looking for a bounce. You should have taken some profits near the highs. Get a better re-entry. I do think it's continuing to move higher. It will continue to move higher. You know that they're not going to just stop with the deals that they've done with the New York Giants and with ESPN or adding Michael Jordan to the board. They'll continue to strike with the irons hot, add more teams, more sports. All right, Workhorse trying to bounce, showing relative strength for the most part. All right, VAX LBGO lost VWAP and continues to move lower. I'm going to go to the deli real quick. I'm going to take about, I guess, about 30 minutes there and back. And I will return. Lunchtime, we don't expect a lot to happen. Teladoc pulling back, Vaxart. All right, so I'm going to take about a 30-minute break, folks. I'll be back. And I'll just leave Benzing on so you can listen to them. All right. Yeah, Workhorse is fine. All right, I'll be back, guys.
It's 1 o'clock. Crude oil ticking higher here, 41.25 per barrel last trade. Baker Hughes reporting U.S. oil rigs from last week down 1 rig. Baker Hughes says total oil rigs for last week up 1 rig. Crude oil turning positive here, again 41.25 per barrel. Disney ticker DIS. Watching shares here. A Variety report from a few minutes ago saying Disney planning to open one of 2 Florida water parks by March. Shares of Disney near a session low, down 0.7%, ticker DIS. Stocks marking a new session low in S&P 500 futures 3303.25 and rebounding a bit here.
Extreme low tick alert.
LIVX, live media hitting new highs now, $3.06, up 8%, Lena India Victor X-ray. S&P futures, just off the lows now, 32, at the lows, 32.96, down 56 now on the S&P futures. Dow futures down 322, NASDAQ down 296. Crude is down 34 cents at $40.88. Gold up $12.70 at 1962.80.
Extreme low tick alert.
So we tested the lows of the day. Unless we bounce here, we're below the 50 EMA, not the best scenario. All right. Let's see who's doing what. SPY 32, low of the day 32.8075. Facebook pulling back, Paxar pulling back, everything pulling back. Kodak showing relative strength, ArcelorMittal pulling back. DraftKings giving you a better re-entry, $2 cheaper at a discount. We got Workhorse pulled back a bit. Capri at the low of the day, 20.31, off $1.50 from the highs. All right, so we're at the lows. See if the buyers step up or not. Vale, seeing a lot of 13 calls trading on Vale. That's about $50,000 worth of calls trading. The October 13 calls on Vale, VALE, Victor Alpha Lima Echo. Let's see what's going on with Vale, VALE. All right, probably somebody's selling premium because it's at the lows right now. All right, Google. Oh, is the volume out loud? All right, so I won't be chomping in your ear now. Let me just show you the SPY Daily. I'm going to switch screens here for a brief moment. Okay. All right, so looking at this level here, notice that the last two times we tested the 50-day was A and B. I have Fibonacci's there. This one from 359.76 down to this 271 zone, and then again right here, confluence at the B pivot up to the highs. That gives you this confluence zone right in this area here. So we're right at that area right now, so we need to hold. The key though is that we're below the 50-day the last two times, A and B, these two pivots. We didn't stay above. RSI is below 50. The likelihood that we could move lower is much higher now. Like to see more volume come in. We just got a pretty decent tick in the opposite direction. So we're on the precipice of either pulling back a bit more. You can see I drew some Fibonacci's on here from this pivot high down to this low, and a 1618 extension brings us back down into this zone here. Okay, so it's about a 382 Fibonacci retracement of the gains from the March lows all the way up to the recent highs. So about 310 or so would be a 382 Fibonacci and would be oversold on the daily at that point. Do we go down there, or do they just fake us out and move back above the 50-day? Left to be seen, but it certainly looks a little plausible at this point, and something that I'd be a little bit wary of, taking on too much risk at this point. Okay, so take your foot off the accelerator. I'm going to switch screens again. All right, so just keep your foot off the accelerator, reduce your risk. GameStop looks like it's going to go some more. GameStop, if you traded that this week, it's starting to move. Tight Bollinger Bands on the 30-minute looks like it wants to go. GameStop. Volume is picking up. SPY futures are trying to bounce. Stocks are looking a little better. Kodak is above VWAP. DraftKings, big dip. Maybe you buy some DraftKings down there and look for the bounce. DraftKings, let me see. Let me take a little. We could see a little bit more downside in DraftKings. Let me just look at that real quick. DraftKings, DKNG. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to wait on DraftKings. We could pull back a little bit more. It's probably going to hold strength, but DraftKings, I'll wait for it to pull back towards the 9 EMA. Maybe the 50 level. It broke out around 44.79. Maybe we'll get a little retracement. There's a lot of volume, so that's institutions picking up shares. Maybe it doesn't pull back. Good possibility it doesn't pull back. So if you do have the appetite to scale in with a little risk, it's probably going to bounce right back up to the highs. DraftKings. Maybe I'll buy a few shares on the bounce. DraftKings. All right, I'm going to buy a few shares of DraftKings. If it does pull back, I'll just take it off. Day trade for now. We're right up to VWAP. DraftKings.
Versus coronavirus guidance that said people without symptoms may not TBC.
All right, we're right at VWAP. If we can push back above VWAP, might have a trade, follow-through trade on DraftKings. Bought a few shares, see if I can day trade this. If it doesn't, if it gets rejected, comes back 25 to 50 cents, I'll take it off. Facebook bouncing. Most stocks look like they're getting bought. I'd like to see the futures back above 3406 or so. I don't see that happening, but you never know. We got the president talking at 2, right? So far, we're getting rejected at VWAP. DraftKings. A little more than a buck at this point. $1.50 below the high of the day. $1.40. If it weren't for the institutions obviously buying shares, I'd be more concerned. Workhorse is pushing back up to the highs. Workhorse back to the highs. Can we get there? I don't know. We'll see. All right, not doing much. I'll be out of these day trade shares by the end of the day. DraftKings most likely, unless it closes at the high of the day and starts ripping higher, which I kind of doubt.
Magazine owner Playboy Enterprises exploring strategic option, including going public through a SPAC merger. That from Reuters now.
ArcelorMittal, man, what a nice looking chart. Hold on a second. All right, we're trying to hold above this level. Really need to stay above the 50-day. Need to get back above the 50-day. The way it looks right now, it doesn't look like we will. So we'll have that threat hanging over our head for next week.
FLDN Fluidime, October $5 call sweep, early at 788. Foxtrot Lima Delta Michael.
DraftKings rejected so far at VWAP. Rejected. Kodak trying to go. Kodak is trying to go. Kodak is going. Going for the high of the day. Kodak. We got positive slope and relative volume. Kodak could go right here. And Tesla looking better. Kodak's trying.
FLDN Fluidime now October 15. Getting another
Kodak. Look at the nice chart on Kodak versus the market right now. Looks pretty good, eh? GameStop. We've got Workhorse looks good as well. At the highs. Vaxart trying to do something. All right, watch Kodak. DraftKings looking for it to get above VWAP. DraftKings looks good. Higher highs, higher lows. We're right at VWAP right now. We could push through VWAP end of day if we can get some follow through on the indices. I don't know. I don't see them pushing this. It'd be much easier for them to just let it drop a little bit. Facebook trying to bounce. Tesla looks okay. Kodak trying again at the highs, getting rejected, a little profit taking. All right, it goes DraftKings. Maybe we get a little follow through now. Watching DraftKings, ArcelorMittal. ArcelorMittal on a Kumo breakout. Following through on a Kumo breakout. Check out MT, Michael Tango. Michael Tango. MT, ArcelorMittal, German steel looks good. It's bouncing off of VWAP right now. Could lose it. Watch the steel stocks. They are looking okay. Kodak looking for a breakout, looking for DraftKings to get back above VWAP. VWAP. I don't feel much of an edge in these stocks that we're trying to day trade this time of day. It's 10 after 2. If they're going to push it at all for the end of the day, they'll do it now. Or they'll just let it be. Let it be. FCX has been strong. Zen. Yes, FCX has been strong. Let's see what FCX looks like. FCX and ArcelorMittal. That's lower now. Freeport-McMoRan. Daily, we're seeing a shooting star. FCX shooting star. Shooting star on the daily for the FCX. I think maybe I like the chart. All depends on the indices. Tesla going. Tesla going. All right, maybe we'll get back above VWAP. Here goes DraftKings trying again. DraftKings has been super strong, so I wouldn't be surprised to see people buying the dip. I mean, you got a $1.50, $2 discount from the highs of the day. More than $2 at the low. This little dip during lunchtime. Reversal at 115. We've got slope bars starting to turn back up. Turn green. We had higher R-ball earlier, about 1.5. It's at 1 right now. Here goes Tesla. Tesla's showing 1.03 R-ball. Facebook 131. Futures really need to get off of this level, turn into a green hammer on the, I'm looking at the 4-hour chart. Need a hammer. Let's look at shorter time frame. All right, we're starting to bounce a bit. Look better. I don't like being below the 50-day moving average, but it is what it is. Kodak looking for a breakout. Get above 12 would be nice. Run into the close like it did yesterday. Had a nice run yesterday into the close. Mondo making a mention of it. A couple of people making a mention of Kodak yesterday. Several of you, not just Mondo, not to give him all the credit. Kodak breaking out. Kodak breaking out. Kodak going. Arval 2.2. Let's do Kodak. Workhorse. Okay. FCX. Okay. DraftKings looks like it's going to go through VWAP here. I'll add to it if it does. See if we can't get a run back up to 55.68. Be about $1.50 on that day trade if we can get it through here. There goes Kodak. All right, good job, Kodak. You go. Go, 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 Kodak.
Kodak hitting new highs now, $12.10. Kodak is up 13% today, KODK. ARAY getting up top here, Alpha Romeo Alpha Yankee. CMS finalized the ROAPM payment model for radiation oncology with an early 2021 start date. ROAPM should yield high reimbursement levels for hypofractionation.
Hypofractionation? That sounds like a new Scrabble word. Hypofractionation.
That's Alpha Romeo Alpha Yankee. That's a note now from Cowan on ARAY, Alpha Romeo Alpha Yankee.
All right, goes Kodak. Nice move there. DraftKings looks like it could keep going. We've got an hour, a little bit more than an hour and a half to go. The regular session for this week. Sellers at the highs here on Kodak again.
Shares of Accuray hitting $2.80.
Kodak. Freeport McMoran moving lower. I liked MT better. Let's see what MT looks like. MT is holding up at the VWAP. Looks a little stronger. Kodak fading here. DraftKings fading at VWAP. All right. We're seeing 500, 600 working on a high tick. Looking for a high tick here. All right, we're trying to hold this level. Trying to hold this level. All right. Futures continue to move off the lows. Tesla breaking through VWAP. Very nice job there, Tesla. Kodak breaking out, following through. And we've got DraftKings moving higher as well. All right, DraftKings already added and scalped those shares at 157. Hit and run scalps. Already took those off and I'm out. So it was pretty quick. Quick trade on DraftKings. Probably goes back up to the highs of the day. Kodak is still going. Kodak's still going. RVOL continues to pick up. It's 2.36 on Kodak and rising. So that's a good sign. Kodak. Workhorse. Nice move on Workhorse. DraftKings. All right, so those are three really good trades. There goes Workhorse. Workhorse going. Workhorse strong. I know Robert's trading Workhorse. Workhorse, we're at 30. 30, I'll take some off here. It's probably going to get rejected. If it gets rejected, I'll take these off here near 30. We're trading 30.07. High of the day. Back to 29.89. All right, that was a nice little trade there. All right, I sold some of my Workhorse here at the high. Workhorse, I sold some day trade shares right here. Okay. From earlier this morning.
Citron, you ever LDM long? So CDC just opened the updates for testing. Fluidine has only FDA-approved saliva-based test as effective as nasal swabs. That's FLDM tweet now from Citron Research.
Still have a core position in Workhorse. Nice job on Workhorse, folks. Nice job. There goes DraftKings going. Kodak coming in a little bit. Tesla looking good. SPY, I wouldn't be surprised to see lower lows next week. We're below the 50-day. We really need to see some really bullish action between now and the close for me to change my mind. Change my mind. We need to see a very bullish close here. That would mean we need to run up in the next hour and 25 minutes, back above the value point of control, around 33.30 right now.
Futures settle at 41.11 and 14 cents.
What do you say crude settled at? Let me see. Crude, let me check out crude. If we get a spike in crude, that would be bullish. Crude is bullish so far. Crude oil, a close. This bodes well for equities.
Kodak making more new highs now, $12.25. Up 26 now on Kodak.
All right, watching Kodak going. Kodak. Kodak. There goes Kodak. Nice. Alrighty. Kodak, can you get a little follow through? You got an hour and 20 minutes to go. Maybe they can run this up. All right, looking for Kodak to follow through. ArcelorMittal holding above VWAP. I like Mittal better. MT. Michael Tango. Looks like Kodak is going to run right here. Kodak's going. Kodak is going. Nice, nice, nice. I would sell some in the strength Kodak. It's not going to go straight up. I mean, it did a few weeks back when it ran up to ridiculous levels. Halted about 6 times on the way up to, what was it, 60 or something like that? DraftKings looking for another bounce. We've got plenty of time left. Plenty of time. Tesla above VWAP, holding. SPY in the Qs. All right, so if you read Gamma, if you read the Gamma channel this morning, you know that 3250, there's a lot of puts down at 3250. We didn't get down there, but there's a possibility of a test at that level, or at least a taking out the lows today. If we can't get a follow through, 3350, that was the level today for spot Gamma. That's the major level. Anything below that is volatility. We've seen that all day. A lot of choppiness in many of the stocks that we're trading. A lot of S&P 500, the bulk of S&P 500 puts. They had about 2 million puts and about 900,000 calls rolled off. All right, low tick alert. About 2 million in puts and 900,000 calls rolled off today. So we don't know which direction they put them, but I suspect that they're lower, just the way the markets are acting right now. Crude oil is helping. I would take some profits into strength here. Looks like we're going to go down and test the lows again. I don't like this kind of close when we close at the low of the day. Is the president talking? Has he started yet? DraftKings. Looking for a bounce. So we got a new October range to set up starting on Monday. So we got to see how things shape up. We can't make a decision that, okay, the markets are definitely going lower. We have to see how institutions are positioned. Now, they don't always get it right either. You know, the markets can roll over and they'll sell futures if gamma gets more negative. So looking for Kodak to rip higher. Looking for Kodak to rip higher. All right. All right. Looks like DraftKings is trying to bounce a higher low. Pivot high comes back to VWAP, looking for a bounce now. Kodak, I don't know if it's shorts covering. I don't know how hard it is to borrow shares, but watching Kodak. Nice job, Robert. Robert, did you say you're in Cleveland next week? Cleveland next week?
CDC reporting total deaths of 197,116 as of yesterday versus 196,277 the previous day. That's from the CDC.
Well, over 30 million shares have traded today on DraftKings. I didn't realize they had that many shares out there. 30, 150, 180 million shares have traded this week.
saying while getting a copy here, saying getting FDA orphan drug designation or CL441.
Look at the daily on DraftKings. That's about 200 million shares have changed hands this week alone. Institutions, we got green bars. That's telling you institutions are the ones picking up shares. They're very active. MACD's above its signal line. Stochastics can stay overbought. Measured move is about 14 points. That gives you about 58 to 60, depending on the measured move you're taking. Probably closer to 14 to 15. So 16 points would give us 15 points, $15.20 would give us about 60. That's still my target. I was hoping to see it this week, but I didn't want to express that as a target for this week. The price action and the volume is what's got my attention. That's institutions. There's no doubt in my mind that that's institutions, obviously. It's not like you need to be guessing. When you see volume bars like that, that's not this trading room, only partially. DraftKings about to bounce again. So that gives you a bit of a tailwind that you can look at, you can feel it, you can touch it, you can smell it. You see the edge. If institutions are buying, just ride their coattails, get on the train when they leave the station, and take a little bit off along the way. All right, tick cumulative still dropping, so that's showing us that they're still selling. They're still selling a lot more than they're buying. Doesn't leave me feeling warm and fuzzy. I'm not really concerned about more of a pullback. I know most people are comfortable trading long rather than short. There's, I guess, a couple of dozen people in the trading room that don't mind trading puts. But the average investor has a little trouble trading on the short side. At least that's my impression. I'm not big on going short, especially when the markets are in a bullish trend. Right now, we're obviously still basing. We need to hold this 335 zone. And doesn't look like we're going to. We're at 330 now, so 3,300 was there was some support there as well. We're below the 50-day moving average. RSI is still below 50, so that's saying respect the trend. We're below the moving averages. It's going to take a lot to push us back over the other side. Crude oil would be one thing. If crude oil could manage to move higher, that would help out a great deal. Let's see what the 10-year yield looks like. 10-year yield. We want the 10-year yield to be moving higher if we're bullish equities, and we want HYG and junk to be moving higher. They're actually hanging in there pretty well. So that's a consolation that if junk bonds and high yield corporate debt manage to hold the recent levels for the last few weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, we've been moving sideways above the 84 level, between 84 and 85. 8 weeks between 84 and 85 on HYG and junk. That's telling you that there's risk appetite still. Normally, if you were ready to see a sell-off, you wouldn't have junk bonds and high yield corporate debt doing what they're doing. Junk. All right, so that's that. Let's look at the 10-year yield. 10-year yield. 10-year yield is pointing higher. Higher lows on the 10-year. TNX. All right, so there you go.
Tiffany, January dollar puts at the bid 1,000 contracts on Tiffany TIF.
I don't see the risk off trade on high yield corporate or junk bonds at this point. All right, so what I'm looking at on junk and high yield corporate debt and a 10-year yield does not say drop to new lows. It just says we're closer to more neutral to slightly bullish as we hold at this level. Only bearish if we start to see the 10-year junk bonds and high yield corporate roll over from these levels. So that's what I'm watching. There goes Kodak. Kodak going again. Man, this coronavirus, the media, and everything else has destroyed so much of the economy. It's just incredible. People that I know, that I talk to on a regular basis, man, I feel so bad for them with kids, big families. We're doing so well. I mean, they were really flourishing. Their businesses were growing. One particular friend has an MMA academy, teaches kids in different levels, MMA, mixed martial arts, jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He was doing so well, he had to close his business. He just couldn't do it anymore. He's on unemployment. That really sucks. Can't focus on it though. You got to look forward, do as much as you can, charity-wise. But yeah, it really sucks. All right, Kodak looks like it's going to go. DraftKings about to go. ArcelorMittal looks like it's going to push. There goes Workhorse. Nice. Yeah, Clovis, that was another one. From $4 to 14. All right, Workhorse is about to go again. Workhorse gonna go. Captain Ahab got nothing on Workhorse and Mondocello. Mondo originally talked to us about Workhorse. Remember when it was like trading below 3? It ran up a few weeks and then it consolidated for, gosh, it must have been a couple of months. Then it started getting going again. Then it ran up and based around 16. And then it went again. It's been such a good trade. Now that everything is in place, they've got the Lordstown plant. They've got all these contracts. They got deals. They got funding. They got partnerships. Looking for more from Workhorse.
ETH, Bravo Papa Tango Hotel. They're still getting up here on the patent news from ETH.
All right. Workhorse trying to get a move on, get a groove on. There's Nike. I like Nike. See what Nike looks like on the daily. The dip here is probably going to get bought. Nike. NKE. Probably going to run Nike. It could come all the way back to the 21 day, so I'll wait. It's in the lower half of its daily range. It looks like shorts covering right now. Not really a buy. I do like it though. Maybe one more day. All right, need one more day on Nike. It's closing in the lower half of its daily range. grinding more to the upside. Hold on one second. Hold on.
High tick alert plus 800.
President Trump speaking now.
High tick alert. All right, tick cumulative is turning. Tick fast is turning. Tesla. Kodak high of the day.
President Trump says very successful work going on about vaccine.
MT.
Expects to have cars for every American by April.
ArcelorMittal looks good off of VWAP. Tesla going. Kodak going. Cool. Did I all right, that looks good. Sell some into strength, folks. Sell some into strength. Kodak high of the day, 1248. DraftKings high of the day, just shy of the high of the day. Nike, yeah, just shorts covering. Workhorse, nice little pop again. 60-minute. Grinding off the lows. Really need to get above the point of control, 3340. I don't see us getting above 3350, but 3340 would be good. Even 3320 would be helpful. 3325, 3330. Make this look a little different. 10-year yield, junk bonds, and high yield corporate debt all looking better. Let's see what the NYHL looks like. Actually, not that bad, really. Not that bad. I thought it was going to be worse. I thought we'd be below the zero line. We're not. That's a good sign. Red Elder stick. Still above the zero line. Still above the zero line. Okay, let me just share this real quick. I'm going to switch screens, folks. I'm going to switch screens. Bear with me one second. All right, so if you are bullish, you want to see more new highs than new lows. All right, so at this point, we're still above the zero line. New York Stock Exchange advanced decline. Yes, it's near the highs. Yes, it's pulled back. Not the end of the world. NYSE holding above 12,750. That's not bad. Let's look at a few other things. Let's look at the Wilshire 5000. There's really only about 3,900 stocks on this. Money flow is still green. Money flow is still green. Chicken money flow is still green, and on balance volume is still at highs. That's not bad. We're holding at the 50-day. So close back above the 50-day would be good, obviously. All right, in this chart, you can see the two panels. Growth stocks on the top, value stocks on the bottom. Value stocks are holding up better. You can also see it in the ratio. The ratio is dropping. So that's telling you value is outperforming growth. So the Dow Industrials should continue to show some favor. All right, here is the S&P Equal Weight Index. So no stocks is more important than any other. In particular, the growth stocks, all right, aren't impacting this as much as you would think. We're holding above the 50-day on the S&P Equal Weight Index. So that's a good sign. So let's see. We got oversold again. Let me just annotate this real quick while I'm here. Right there's a trigger. Okay. you got a trigger there and a trigger here. All right, so we got a little bounce, but we're holding above the 50-day, so that's critical. All right, so that's that. That looks good. Let's look at the ARCA institutional index to see what institutions are doing. All right, so we are below the 50-day. So the 75 stocks they have most commonly held in their core portfolios were below the 50 days. So we need to see a move back above the 50-day. It doesn't look like we're going to get it. Doesn't look like we're going to get it. Okay. So we could pull back some more. All right, let's see. Industrials, let's see, look at the composite. Composite holding above inside of this volume by price band. Inside of this volume by price band. Haven't lost it yet. Orange line is the 50-day. So we're above the 50-day. This is the Dow Composite. This is 65 stocks from the industrials, transports, and utilities groups. Dow Theory, just think Dow Theory, Charles Dow. The manufacturers, the industrials make the products. The transports get it to the consumer, and the utilities, electricity, etc., gas, petroleum, and other methods, they perform the work to get product to the consumer. So those three are part of Charles Dow's theory, and that's what the Dow Composite tells you. DJA on stock charts, Dow Jones Composite. Let's see what the Dow looks like. Industrials. All right. Coming back and testing long-term moving averages. Monthly closes, though, are still fairly bullish. All right, let me go back to the other charts.
GHSI, Guardian Health files for up to $75 million big shelf. Gulf Hotel Sandy, India, GHSI.
All right. We're back. All right, so we're looking for higher lows. Kodak at the highs here. Try. Workhorse, just grinding away on the S&P. Looks good. DraftKings, Kodak coming back a bit. Workhorse at the highs. Workhorse at the highs. Looks good. Trading at $30. 30.01 Workhorse. Doesn't look like it wants to come back, does it? So if you sold covered calls earlier when I was talking about it, you can always roll those up next week if we need to. Capri coming off the lows. Okay, Oracle's probably getting a bounce off of that, right? There goes J&J. Watch Johnson & Johnson. No, nothing on that. All right, we'll go back to J&J. Still grinding higher, back above 33.10 now. 33.10.25, 33.10.75, climbing out of this hole that we created for ourselves today. You just keep an eye on other assets like junk bonds, high yield corporate debt, 10-year yield, new highs, new lows, New York Stock Exchange advanced decline, breadth indicators, NIMO. If you keep an eye on these things, it'll help you be able to understand where the money is flowing and what the markets are likely to do. And if you add gamma on top of that as a layer, you get a good sense of where institutions have positioned themselves on a monthly basis with options. And then you can trade more intelligently rather than just flying by the seat of your pants. So over time, that's what we try to teach in the room and on the site in general for new traders, especially the older traders, the ones that know what they're doing. Every once in a while, even I need to be refreshed some of the things that I tend to not focus on from time to time. Like this week, I haven't really talked about junk bonds and high yield corporate debt, but that was that's something that'll pop into my head on occasion. There we go. Futures moving higher. Trump pump. Let's see what the Dow. Goldman Sachs is running. All right, let me go back to this chart. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. Let me go back. Okay, here are the Dow Industrials. Dow Industrials, let's take a look at these. Okay, what you're looking for here is this is VWAP, this is a 5-minute chart. We're looking for stocks like Goldman Sachs that are moving above VWAP. Above VWAP, banks look good. We got Johnson & Johnson above VWAP. You've got JP Morgan above VWAP. Microsoft about to move above VWAP. PG, United Health, looks good. All of these moving above VWAP. Those look good. Looks like Procter & Gamble is going to get above VWAP very quickly. Let's go to the daily charts. Let's take a look at the sectors real quick. Sectors, all right, technology above VWAP. Technology is the only one above VWAP right now. Let's go to the daily chart. Daily charts. Technology below the 50-day. Staples sitting on the 50-day. The industrials look the best. Look at the industrials here. Above the 21-day. XLF is above the 50, sandwiched between the two. So those two look good. We got a bounce off the 50-day. If we get a recovery off of this level, consumer discretionary would be a big help. That helps us with the indicator that we'll use, the ratio between consumer discretionary and consumer staples. If this is rising, that's bullish for equities. Starting to show a little slope, but even back here in 2018, it took 3 to 4 months before the markets rolled over. This is where the Fed got too tight with interest rates. too quickly, and we rolled over. We rolled over again in February right here. That was bearish positioning, but even then, you had a couple of weeks. Even if you missed the February 24th Monday drop, over the next week, even if you had gotten out, you had missed a 30% move lower. You might have gotten caught in the first 6%, but you would have missed the other 30% of that drawdown. So the rule is here, you want to keep an eye on this chart, this ratio of consumer discretionary to consumer staples. As long as it's rising, it's still bullish. They're not bearish yet. And we see futures moving higher. Industrials, let's take a look at the stocks in the industrial group. Sectors. Individual names. Let's see who's trading above VWAP. Centos. We got CSX Corp, Rails, Transports. All right, we got Honeywell. And we got Lockheed Martin moving above VWAP. All right, we got Pentair at VWAP. All right, so these need a little bit more work. Stanley Black & Decker, SWK, looks good. We got Stericycle moving above VWAP. That might work next week, depending on how it closes. Let's take a look at the daily charts. CH Robertson, Truckers, Caterpillar, CM Cummins, Engines, CSX, all these look good. John Deere. All right, so another test of the 21 day would be excellent. If we get a test of the 9 EMA on Monday, I know Lee Star is trading this one right now, or has been today. Eaton Corp. See, all of these look decent. These look okay. Lockheed Martin above the 21 day. Nice tight group of price action, pushes above the 400, maybe gets going next week. All right. Pentair. All right, so all that looks good. Let's look at the financials because the financials were doing okay as well. Let's see what these look like. Ameriprise above VWAP. BlackRock above VWAP. Capital One above VWAP. Cincinnati Financial. This is one Mr. Flood likes to trade from time to time. Insurance, financials. Discover Financial. Genworth. All right, what I'm looking at is the purple line. I want the price action to be above VWAP going into this last 25 minutes. Lincoln Financial, this one Warren Buffett has in his portfolio, or did. Jefferies Financials, those are doing okay. S&P Global at VWAP. All right, so that gives you a good idea. Public storage, I had to use storage facilities too for my things. So they're making money off of me. Chubb, Aflac, Berkshire Hathaway. Capital One looks good. I'm looking for stocks that have a upward sloping 21 day and 50 day and price above. That's what I'm looking at. Comerica, Discover Financial, FITB. All right, so this is a going Genworth bouncing off the 21 day, $3 stock. Watching how these trade. So financials next week might be good along with industrials and consumer discretionary. Jefferies bouncing. Progressive Insurance, Public Storage, SLM. All right, so you get the idea. So it's good to have all these charts set up the way they are. ACP. All right, I'm going to switch charts again. All right, we're going into the close. We're going into the close. Future's still moving higher. All right. LABU, nice. Nice job there. Okay, thank you, Mihu. Tesla, trying to take more highs, take back more of the highs. DraftKings, good job, DraftKings. Tesla continues higher. Vaxart, nice pop on Vaxart. Vaxart starting to pop. Workhorse, nice move on Workhorse. Tesla, Facebook, not doing it. Not going to do it. Kodak. All right. MT, no follow through. DNK, DraftKings, nice finish. It's going to finish in the upper half of his daily range. Nice trade there on DraftKings. What's NIO doing? NIO making it back. There goes NIO. NIO playing nice. NIO's playing nice back up to the highs. 1941. Let's see what I got here. All right, there goes NIO. NIO. Continuation higher, NIO. NIO. Canopy Growth looking for a bounce. There goes DraftKings again. Starting to go. Tesla looks good. Go Tesla. SPY. Yeah, very interesting, huh? Very nice. Nice bounce. All right, we're starting to move between profiles, so there's a little less resistance between 331.50 and 332.50. So maybe we can scoot into here very quickly if we don't get drawn back into VPOC is a little bit lower. So we're above VPOC. Tick cumulative fast signal is turning. It looks better. There goes DraftKings. DraftKings going. DraftKings at the highs. Maybe take a little bit off here. Kodak. Can we get a push higher, Kodak? I hope everyone had a good day. It's kind of been boring. There goes Workhorse. Boom. There goes Workhorse. Workhorse. Working it. All right, so you should be making profits, be taking profits off into strength. DKNG. DraftKings, I just sold a little bit more at the highs. Tick cumulative turning up. Tick fast is turning up. 30-minute time frame. Got 20 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. I don't know. It doesn't feel like a massive rally, does it? The futures I'm just watching, not doing much. Feels like it could roll over at any second and start selling. What does VXX look like? Maybe I'll take some calls. VXX had a nice pop into 130. Fading again. I don't know. Let me see what CL looks like. CL, it's just gyrating around $41 a barrel. The biggest thing is junk bonds, high yield corporate debt, and the 10-year yield, all supportive of higher. Yes, we're pulling back. Yes, we have the lows to deal with. Yes, we need to pay attention to how they rolled their options. They had 2,900,000 options, puts and calls, about 2 million in puts and about 900,000 in calls that they rolled this morning. at the open. That's why you saw the markets drop the way they did first thing in the morning. They had to take the other side of that roll. So by the end of the day or Monday, we should have a better read on spot gamma's tally of where they've positioned themselves. That'll give us support and resistance for next week. So right now it looks okay. It was 3 billion, now it's 1.8. All right. Watching crude oil, it's drifting a little bit lower, but it is mid-range for today. ES is going to drift lower now, or we're going to get a push higher. We got 5 minutes to go into the closing bell. It's 2.6 to 1 down volume. Tick is trying to turn upwards, so that shows that they're buying more than they're selling. At least they're starting to anyway. So not the best setup for next week, but certainly better than it looked like it was going to be there for a while. All right. Workhorse. Thank you. All right, Workhorse, nice little pop, 3077. We've got LVGO popping back up. For those of you who mentioned it earlier. Vaxart trying to break higher. Look for next week to be higher. Johnson & Johnson going back to the highs of the day. It looks like DraftKings looks okay. Tesla, a little profit taking there. All right, not a bad day. All things considered, not a bad day. Workhorse high of the day. Workhorse. Workhorse almost tagged 31 there. Wow, that was a pretty nice pop. Very impressive action on Workhorse. Very impressive. DraftKings looks like it wants to pop again and get above. I don't see anything that's going to stop Workhorse. It might pull back to the 90 MA on occasion, but the trend is up. Volume is up. That's the closing bell. All right, I got to get out of here. I'm going to go play putt-putt golf with the kids. I'll see you later. Thanks, everyone, for joining us at theclosingprint.com. It's been a pretty decent day, in my opinion. All things considered, we've had a very decent day. Thanks for sharing all your ideas, your questions, your comments, your trade setups, and your thoughts. And most of all, thanks for joining us at theclosingprint.com. Again, this is Cousin Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com, September the 18th, 2020. Everybody have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks for all the teamwork. Take care. Ciao.